Hey, how's everyone doing? I'm a few minutes late. Trying to set up my Photoshop file instead of doing that live, and everything has taken a long time. Who's here? I'm not streaming my normal time because I had like no time this weekend. I kept trying, so I don't expect everyone to show up, but I appreciate everyone who made it. Knights of the Round Bagel, good to see you. Hey Pingus, how's it going? Funny name, how's it going? Faraday Zebra, how's it going? Hey Velvet, how's it going? Enjoy tomorrow, good to see you. I like the idea of a ferret zebra. I like zebras. They're pretty good aesthetically, but they seem kind of like dumb asshole horses. They're like low tier horses, I feel like. But ferrets are pretty cool. You could like combine them. You're about to start airbrushing again, and I have no idea what I'm doing. Broke the last two nulls. Dude, airbrushing seems really hard. I've never really done it. I've like touched an airbrush machine once to like dust texture on an object, but really technical media. It's crazy, like the realism, like when airbrush was like, I guess it was big in like the 70s and 80s. You have those like album covers that are like hyper realistic, super clean edge, and they did it somehow with airbrush. I don't know. You can make a ferret zebra in a game. Well, they have already been beaten to the punch. Also, we were talking about this last time. I don't know. It seems like the most difficult way to apply paint, but also, hang on, music feels loud for me. Turn it down on my end. Make sure you can hear it. I think if you're like painting like miniatures and stuff, I think airbrush does make a lot of sense. Especially there's some people who like layered metallic looks. There's like a certain type of look that you can only get through like layers of those like metallic pigments. That's really pretty. I don't know. Grim Fandango, haven't heard that name in a long time. We were discussing point and click adventure games last stream, so we probably brought up all the old names. Have you thought about Day of the Tentacle in a while? That was another good one. Yeah, so what I wanted to work on, dude, just my yesterday sucked, whole weekend sucked, but what I want to do, I've been kind of just randomly drawing stuff, but it's nice to have those pieces available for when I have like a finished illustration and I can like place stuff to fill it out. But what I don't want is to just everything to feel like a collage. So these are traces of backgrounds that I have just for the shape, and I'm gonna try to slot creatures into these shapes just so they fit. I probably won't do the tiny background stuff. That won't be interesting to watch. But this is an important background. I'd like to have good stuff for. So instead of randomly drawing stuff, this is another one I want to have good animals. So I mean, this might be like an oarfish or something, but I'm gonna try to like fit things into the composition. Like I don't know if that makes sense. It's like when you're doing a, this might be obvious to explain. So I'm not trying to condescend to anyone, but it's like, if this is your picture, you know, you want to like have like some sense of balance where it's like, oh, I want all my tiny fish like here, then my center of focus is like here. So I'm getting a powerful amount of lag right now. So I'm going to start drawing. Which one did I want to do first? This one I wanted to work on. This is actually two separate shots, and then this is one of those instances where I don't know if I want to have entirely new fish for each shot. I'll figure it out. Tiny details. It's like it's the Great Coral Reef, and I think that the first go around in part one, some of the shots of the reef I feel like could have been populated a little bit better. Like I don't think any of the illustrations were bad, I just wanted more to them. I want a barracuda looking thing there. Yeah, I think it's all gonna look good. So Coral Reef, one of like the several scene changes that I'm working on, and there may be like 7 or 8 background shots that I'm putting the most amount of effort in, that will have like maximum detail, and then it's like the where it's like a reaction shot where like the entire focus is the whale, is like the type of background where like I do not need to be painting such detail. But you know, for some of the shots where it's like it's one of the illustrations that's meant to be a centerpiece, so we're kind of trying to fill those out. The other thing that I don't want to... I was doing the mural drawings faster. I'm gonna try to like replicate that speed a little bit. And I think I know how to do it. Hey Lemon Light Creature, how's it going? Saitune, how's it going? With fish are upcoming. Oh wait, since some people are here, hang on. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining. But before I start drawing fish, hang on. I have an announcement. I gotta change the music too. Okay. Selling more stuff. I talked about wanting to do sweatshirts. I found a website that does print to order sweatshirts that seem like decent quality. So this is the one's gonna be a hoodie. It's got the little guy and it says Scriminal on the sleeve. They're gonna be sweatshirts, and yeah, you can see it's like down the sleeve, and then t-shirts that have the layout just like the sticker. Then there's the automatic where it like sticks your graphic onto the model. It's impressive how it follows the fold. Anyway, you can't buy them yet. I I ordered a few. I just want to check the quality, because if the print looks like shit, I don't want to sell it, because they cost too much for crummy looking prints. But it's actually Pingus is Pingus Chew is gonna be doing the QA quality assessment. So we'll hear back from her, and I'll make the store go live. But yeah, so I'll post an update when that's ready. Yeah, you know, and it's not like I make a... I don't even like clear much off each sale, but it's just the fact that I don't have to do anything for each sale. It's like I just set up the graphics, and they're like printers handle everything. You know, whereas like I do the stickers, I have to like order the inventory up front, and then ship them myself. So if I had to do that for clothing, it would like never happen. So yeah, Pingus Chew's gonna field test them. We'll do ballistic tests. We'll like set it on fire. No, I mean, it's like if they show up and it's like you wash them once and like the graphic comes off, that's just what I want. But it's Fourth Wall is the company, and I haven't seen anything bad. Whereas like you look at Redbubble reviews and people are like, it's like technically it's a t-shirt. So blast resistance test, yeah, but only if you get one of those like ballistic gelatin mannequins with like the colored goo inside, so that, you know, it's like you can like see the gore and viscera spray out at like 1,000 frames. That's like browsing YouTube, and it's like high-speed photography. It's like a bowling ball thrown into an apple. It's like, gotta click it. I know what it looks like, but yeah, t-shirt guns. Will it blend? Anything blends if you have enough motivation. You know what I think is causing all the latency right now is I have Opera GX open, which that browser, I don't know what it is with it, but it makes my computer run like crap. Alright, we're gonna do this Barracuda guy snooping around. I love the overbite on these guys. What I'm actually doing here is painting in the form before the contour. It's been working out for me lately. it does feel really nice to get a chance to resume work. It's like I only go like a few days just without the opportunity to, and I get so salty about it. T-shirt gun killed Ned Flanders' wife. I remember that. That was such a crappy episode. They hyped it up. I remember it's like a Simpsons character is gonna die. Which one? And it's like, alright. And it's like Maud Flanders, and you're like, alright. It's like, sort of like dying supposed to be like funny too. It was funnier when Flanders' house burned down. That was an episode. He has that freak out. Oh, you'll be at PGX. Heck yeah. That is like a bright spot I'm looking forward to. Criminal meetup. Definitely I will have shirts by October, provided the site's good. I was gonna be at both Pingus Chew, who has a like a nerd merchandise retailer thing. We were gonna go to Techo this weekend in Pittsburgh. It was like last minute waitlist type thing, but it fell through. That's the I got prints. I was just gonna hold these for PGX. Alright, I don't know where my prints are. Oh, here. I don't know why I feel the need to show you that. So I was like, you know, I'm going to Techo last minute. I might as well, like, have something to sell. But I'll have these for PGX. I don't know, I was gonna, like, sign them. I was surprised how many people wanted full print. Full bleed over, bordered print. But, I don't know. Anyway, I got that. I also got... I don't remember if I showed these on stream. These came in. So, I don't have that many. It was like one of those discount things. I might do like a giveaway at PGX for those. Anyway. That's some stuff. Hey, sixes of silver. Yeah, I'll sign them. I mean, it's like if you see me at a convention, usually I'm just like handing out signed postcards or whatever. I'm not trying to create artificial scarcity for any of my signatures. It doesn't cost money. You can bring a piece of paper for free, and I'll draw on it. Frames are for boomers. Yeah, frames are a luxury our generation can no longer afford. I mean, I don't have anything. I don't put anything on my walls. Like, it's like that scene in like True Detective, where the one detective walks into like Matthew McConaughey's house and it's like all empty and his mattress is on the floor and he's like, whoa. It's like that, but I'm not hard ass. Yeah, Knights of the Round Bagel. Work with a fume hood. It's fine. I should set up one of those lurk commands. For people who are lurking, you push the lurk button. Dude, all my rooms have been like that. Like, my you mistake most of my rooms for like storage. It's I'm like blanking on the word I'm trying to... Anyway. I'm drawing a grumpy barracuda. Alright. There's a part of me wants to like really exaggerate teeth. Like I could give him like giant saber teeth, but kinda doesn't fit. This is... I think that's like about the level of like... Yeah, that line's about the same. The way I've been drawing... Sorry, I'm like thinking out loud. I'm not trying to stall. Part of this is the mural's fault. I've just been like... My ink work has just been getting like looser and like grainier. I'm just gonna not fight it. Just let shit get done however it gets done. What happened? You know, I don't think anything happened to him. I think he's out spoiling for a fight. This is on him. He's gonna go punch a hole in somebody. The other thing I've been doing a lot of is making little guys out of clay. Most of them aren't like super amazing, but it's like I was just trying to draw this little simple type animal that's like kind of sea sluggish, but I wanted him to have these like scraper mandibles in the front of his head, and I was just having like so much difficulty like specifically figuring out the front teeth, and then it's just like I just made something in clay and it like just easily figured the problem out, and it was like the right level of complexity to where, you know, I wasn't like sculpting forever. Will people be able to put the drawings on the sculpture wall again? Sculpture wall. Yeah, that's so I'm bringing the whole setup. The big life-size Brillo calf, but it's gonna have like a new sheet over the back. There's some old sketches still pasted to the head, but for the most part, it's gonna be like a new skin to cover. I still have the old drawings that people did the first time, so like I haven't thrown any of that away, but I had to, like, disassembling the dude the first time, there's no way I was keeping all that intact. It was not a feasible reality. That was a really good time, though. A lot of people had no idea, like, who I was or what I was doing, but enjoyed contributing as well. Put them in a scrapbook? Yeah, actually. It's not a bad idea. I do, like, before it was disassembled, I did, like, photograph it from an angle where, like, every single sketch was documented as being on it, so... keep the reference with it. Alright. Pardon. This is a very cool soundtrack. I already did some Titanfish. These are very rectangular. And I don't want it to be like predator type fish. They need to be like an elephant, like a giant elephant fish. Hey Goose. Goose hype. I also love fish as a food. Hey Paulo. Butterfly fish. I will say I've been eating too much fish out of a can lately. Certain part it starts to feel like cat food. It's like, ugh. Find a decent elephant fish photo. I was reading this book about how different animals sense the world, and it got to all the nerves in the elephant fish snout, and I was like, ah, I know this because Stream Chat has already told me about the elephant fish snout. We're gonna assume this guy's like, he's a clever fish. So he's like, not gonna get in that barracuda's way. Draw him like at a little bit of an angle. I have to fight my natural desire to draw everything completely in profile. It's like have everything like facing 90 degrees to the camera. Slippery dick. You know. I like animal names that just sort of like became dirty over the years, as like everything in the English language became a euphemism. Like I don't know. Like I assume like tit meant something else. It's like so many birds are called that. Hey, Dark Sea. Make his snout go like this. It doesn't work. If something's not coming out quickly, I'm erasing it. Profile it is. Actually, if he's in profile, I'm going to put him up here. Slightly, he's going to be, I guess, in front of that big coral thing. I'm going to exaggerate the size of his head, though. Maybe I won't. There we go. That seems right. Go back to my other brush. Hey Beckus, good to see you. Yeah, this is actually, I'm working on right now artwork for part 2. South Scrimshaw is gonna get sort of 2 chapters at once, hopefully before the end of the year. I'm not sure how long the update will be, but it's pretty sizable, more amount of South Scrimshaw. Initially, the way I released part 1 of South Scrimshaw was a bunch of like small updates. Like even so in chapter 3, when they do like the big ocean crossing to get to the coral reef, there's that scene where they first meet up with the mimic whale, and that was an update. And then there was like the scene where they get attacked by the shark, and that was an update. And just when I was looking at like what I want to release, I just felt it would be better to have like something long and continuous that you could like sit down and watch with like something that felt like it had a beginning and an end, instead of just a bunch of like small stuff. So I mean, I'm working on it and it's going well. The art, it's just like I don't know. That's the quick rundown. Yeah, no problem. I get like why people are asking too, because it's like when I thought I was gonna be doing smaller updates, I sort of just gave the wrong time frame. And it's also like I was sort of setting my expectations for that the chapters would have like, it's like I just double the amount of art in each chapter, and then I don't double the amount of time it takes me to do the chapter. You know, it's like, so I don't know. It'll get done. Oh, this is Grim Fandango. We were talking about last stream. This is an amazing soundtrack. Hey, Nerdy Hawk. I like that seabird, like a carrier. That is pretty cool. That would be fun to draw too. Yeah, like I do like the idea of like whale forced to never dive. That's pretty fun, actually. What's going on the list? Yeah, this is the song of Manny and Meche. It's like romantic and sad. Whoa, whoa, what's that? Fuck. You guys, my Photoshop is haunted. The fuck? Let's do a, Just do like some angelfish. Oh, soundtrack is switched to The Last Guardian. Haunted Photoshop. Yeah, man, I want a refund, Adobe. Your crap software is haunted now. So these guys are pretty big. No, this guy's big. He might be middle ground. He might be foreground. I don't want to do this. Last Guardian is a very good video game. The split second where Adobe was checking what I'm drawing. Yeah, you read the new terms of service. It's like a fucking invasive landlord. Like, what the hell are they doing? It's like, and so we get to copy everything you do for AI. It's like, I don't know. I'm trapped. Now that I want out of the Adobe ecosystem, I can't. Angelfish. That's what we need. Oh, here's like a... How useful. Thank you, New York Times. Draw a bunch of tropical fish-looking dudes. So, what was I gonna say? One of the ways I organized Part 1 was I didn't have the fish overlapping with the core much. They'd kind of like float above it. And I might do that again. So you'd have like my brain has like the little spinning icon inside it right now. Give me a second. Alright, well, we're just gonna draw some fish. I kind of like the spread because I don't even have to draw like one type in particular. Just sort of mush all the different types together. Maybe we want some overlap just to show how much in the foreground these guys are. Sorry, I need to double check the actual background. Okay, got it. Do you think these fish taste good to eat? I feel like when you get into like small fish, they're very fishy tasting. That's just I don't know if that's true for all small fish, but yeah, Beckus, this is creature drawing music. This is what was his name? Trico? It is one of the ultimate video game creatures that has ever been. The living armor is what the Hunter Brillo has at the end of South Scrimshaw Part One. It just I was holding off the explanation for later. Clearly your gecko is the protagonist right now. If the music's for her. Of Team Ico's 3 games, Last Guardian I rank at number 3, but it was still pretty good. Yeah, still a great game, so I'm not... I might save this dude for another time. I don't know if he's fitting in. The Barracuda... Just trying to think in terms of composition. Where did you move from? There. Barracuda might be like the disruptive element. There can be like an eel going the other way. It's like too tough to care. No, that's too much. This dude will be further in the background. Going the other way. Just make this guy like weird and round. Fill in these guys with lines. Get my reference back. Actually, let's detail these a little bit more. Lizard chat. Wasn't Icky like a rescue? I'm trying to remember. You can tell that your lizard has weird legs. Not to be mean to the lizard. This one fish senses something's off with this one. The elephant fish is hanging around them for some reason. I'm thinking when I go to color these guys, they might be kept relatively simple. A lot of the animals, when I did the first coral reef, I ended up just filling them in like one color. Sometimes to like really good effect, like alright, I clicked my web browser and everything froze, so I'm not gonna... The stone mother, there's the shot where like they're in the reef and you're looking at her through coral, she's there, and they're like fish swimming like that. And all the fish are like painted the same color basically. I felt like that was some kind of like sacrifice when I was painting it, but it actually I think works better than anything else I could have tried to solve that with. I have to experiment more, but that's like also the type of thing where like if you do like the monochrome, you have to like really commit to it to make it look good. Feature animals, of course, will get the same full color, like in part 1. That's not changing. Alright, I'm moving these guys around. Oh. Need to unbind crop from my keyboard. I think that feels really good. This is like a... Just intuit everything, don't plan anything, ever. That's obviously a way to do it. I'll pick colors when I feel like it. My color palette is way more coordinated this time around though. Like scene to scene, just in terms of like, I feel like I There's barracudas further in the background. This guy might be a puffer instead. Puffers look something like that. This is gonna be a big dumb made up fish. Yeah, it's like a digital. It's much easier to like try stuff, which sort of blessing and a curse. Sometimes with paint, which actually I still do. I'll still get just like I'll set my palette with like 3 tubes of paint, try to stick to that instead of having like the infinite color scape of your display. Give this guy like cow spots or something. Yeah, sorry this isn't the most, like, not the most exciting stream content, but this is definitely actual South Scrimshaw production. Mixing paint in real life to mixing colors on a computer, does it feel... No, so Photoshop doesn't emulate real color mixing well at all. They're almost like totally different. Like if I would take like yellow and blue, like if you had these 2 watercolors, it'd make green. Whereas like RGB color space, the average in between them is like gray. So you kind of have to like know it's like, well, I want green instead. You know, like the variety of like mix between the two. And there are like different types of brushes that will mix them, like think these two might blend. No, you see, even that, like, this is not how paint does. So it's like you kind of have to already have the color theory in your head of what you want the in-between color to be, like which. I mean, it's even hard to just pull. So what I would do is I would have, you know, my paint swashes. I don't have any here around me right now. I think there's like one in the making of book where it's like I mix them on the page and then eyedropper from that. Studio Mongoose open night, yeah. There are I think Clip Studio Paint is supposedly one of the things that it can tout as a feature is it does accurate color mixing well. There are plugins I could download for Photoshop where it'd be like a little panel here and I'd like click on it and it'd open up like a little canvas where color will mix correctly. That costs money monthly. I'm not going to pay for that. And also it's just easier for me to just like have the tubes of paint mix my color palette as I see fit and then eyedropper from that what I need where. I haven't heard of Rebel. I think like that's one of the things that it's like why doesn't Photoshop do it? it's like, you know, it's clearly not an impossible task to emulate that. It's like too actiony. This is Ico. I have all of Team Ico soundtracks lined up. Yeah, the big round guy. He's gonna work out. I think I need to add stuff to the mural. I think I need more fish on the mural just because it's been so long. I believe I've gotten enough donations that we may have to go back to that. We could also start that today. Photoshop is closer to gouache? Uh, you know, given that gouache and watercolor are my main mediums, maybe that's why I'm attracted to Photoshop, or why it works for me. It does, I mean, I'm so limited in like the brushes that I use, so it's also like hard for me to like really gauge, because I don't use any of like the gouache specific brushes. But yeah, there's not a lot of like mixing on the page, I guess, if that's what he would mean. Like we're at digital where like don't overwork it is like the advice. Nature has the best color theory. I disagree. One way that I see a lot of people paint in Photoshop that is really different from any way like I learned was, or that I use, is like a lot of like the hard round brush that's like really soft and like and then it's sort of like painting things in black and white and then like applying a color layer on top of it. It's like this, I guess, like grisaille technique is really popular. I think it's also, and it's like how a lot of people, I think, who draw like fan art and stuff get like really smooth like skin tones. Oh yeah. Actually, one of the only ways I feel like I managed to keep my like art looking consistent in digital is I use so few brushes. Like almost all like the oil painting, oil or like the digital gouache technique is almost all done with this like rectangular brush, even if it's like takes forever to like scrub in details. I just like there's just like visually like connects things with the brush strokes that gets lost every time I try to incorporate like texture brushes or like just other styles of brushes. I don't know. It's like the slowest way to do it, you know. Obviously, you know, especially what I've been posting recently. It's like I'm not. Speed is not one of my skills as an artist. Hey Red, how's it going? Hey Gilgos. I'm doing well. I am glad to be able to work on my project. Too much of my life has been for stuff that's not this lately. I don't approve. What is that thing on the screen? It's like a weird dog. This guy? The elephant fish? Or you mean the thumbnail for the video? The dog in the bathtub? That's a pretty good meme. Oh, you're out fishing. That's pretty cool. Bring real-life airbrush and traditional painting. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think it's like, I mean, it's like what I do, so I'm biased, but I really like incorporating traditional media into digital. Like, I think in almost every instance, the texture you get from it, in almost like any circumstance, is like beneficial. If you have like the space or time, or your clients are willing to tolerate it. I think I've only been like fishing once in my life. It seems like a really fun pastime, but also one that I don't know. I need to hang out with someone who fishes to teach me that shit. I might move this to a different window on my other monitor. It's getting annoying having it. Dude, that is my one piece of digital artist advice that I will give to anyone. It applies to everyone. Get a second monitor, dude. I got a second monitor this year after years of not having one, like thinking I didn't need it just because, like, you know, they cost money. Holy smokes. You just like don't have enough real estate on one monitor. You have trouble trimming fish. The my buddy owns a restaurant, and one time like I think I was working in the kitchen, but he just walked in with like a whole bluefin tuna. He was like, "Check this out," and I was like, "Whoa!" We were like Googling like how to carve up a tuna, and it was like some dude with like a sword who's like filleting it perfectly, and we're like chopping at it, like leaving all this like valuable meat all chunked up in our wake. It's like, well, just going into poke bowls. We'll just chopping it into small pieces in the end anyway. Oh yeah, we ate it. We're like cavemen eating pieces of the tuna off the carcass. I think he also boiled it and made like fish stock. So, you know, like even the stuff left behind didn't go to waste. It was just fun. It's like having this big dead tuna was like playing with the gills, or not the gills, the fins, the way they like fold back and retract, and just like the way they feel is like um, I don't know, alien isn't the right word, but there was it was very cool. I just want to say I like this soundtrack better than Last Guardian. I like how weird this is and like spooky. It's more fun than just like cinematic orchestral. Like they're both good, but this one is like dark fairy tale, perfect vibe. I like these fish so far. I love canned fish. I eat too much of it. I was just saying, you eat too much canned fish, and it's like I feel like I'm eating cat food. I'm living off cat food. Hey, Sir Chandarius, how's it going? Oh, I'm streaming on a day you have off. Yeah, it wasn't. I planned to stream Saturday, and I didn't have a day off. Thanks for stopping by, Gibbos. Enjoy your fish. that's a little too much. Alright. Here's what I'm gonna do. Thinking out loud. This is like one of two shots. Is this too many fish? I was thinking the first shot I could be punched in to like here. Then I would only have to like redraw this amount of fish, and then the next shot will be like backed up to everything. This is kind of hard to like visualize without the real artwork. Also, there definitely needs to be a lot of fish in this shot. The reason I'm making a big deal out of it is it's like, I want like the first shots in the Great Reef to be like visually impress on the viewer with like the amount of like wildlife, you know, like it's a dense place. So that can go there. Maybe this guy has to move. Excuse me. Alright, this is fine. One thing that it's like I'm trying to like improve with my art is like if I'm making like a illustrated book or a visual novel or something, and this would be like, I don't know, frame where like X happens, and it's like I get just so focused on like the narrative thing of like drawing X that it's like I forget that the point of this is to like have like something like visually interesting, where like maybe like X is like, you know, looking down the valley of like where he's going, you know, it's like so anyway, it's just like when I'm pausing to like think, I'm just trying to like think about like, I'm not trying to be like have what I'm doing be perfect. I'm just trying to be conscious of composition and like, am I trying to accomplish something? Like, I'm not just doing detail for the sake of detail. So Ico is amazing. Yeah, that's one that, like, I guess you would, like, have to emulate it. It's popular enough that there should be a way to emulate it. I would also say that, like, it's my favorite of the Team Ico games, but, they had a good, like, the PlayStation 3, updated version of Ico and Shadow of the Colossus, I think, are the best way to play those games. This is Shadow of the Colossus soundtrack now. Hey, enjoy tomorrow. Ico is so good, and also it's like when you consider like the time that it was produced too, it's pretty extraordinary. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Tell Ben I say hey. Thanks for stopping by, Ping. Their cat isn't pulling its weight. It's forcing their owners to do the dirty work, getting rid of the vermin. F in the chat. Song is a dirge for the mouse. R.I.P. to all the faithfully departed. PS1 suggestions. I don't know if it actually holds up as a fun game, but Vibriven is pretty classic, just for the soundtrack. Like, it's like that game was ahead of its time. Hey Nathan, how's it going? I just looked up at the screen. It's the mouse. I'm really drawing a blank of PS1 games. You know what I never played that's like supposed to be a classic is a Vagrant Story. I think that's what I would emulate if I had to pick a game, but that is not one that I've played, so I feel like I shouldn't recommend things that I have no idea if they're good or not. Stereotypical angel sound effect. Yeah. Japanese PS1 games are some of the strangest stuff. They had that creativity still going into the PS2 era strong. Like, I can actually think of like more weird PS2 games than PS1, just because I had a PS2. But stuff like Mr. Mosquito, you know, just like totally like out of left field. That they like paid money to like experiment a lot. Shadow of the Colossus. Too actiony. Speaking of action, this is a Sekiro soundtrack. Region locking consoles was like, still is a really stupid practice. I'm glad we can, like, because there was like really good region, like, just stuff that wasn't imported. Oh, I was about to say, like, Sin and Punishment was like the big one for the N64 that never made it to the States. But PlayStation 1 game, I think Einhander? That might be how you spell it? That was a fun game. Worth checking out if you like side-scroller shmups. This fish is amazed. His mouth is agape. Hey Nick, how's it going? It's yeah, thanks for checking in. We're doing actual artwork for the VN itself. I might have to go back to the supporter mural and do more for that, but I've been explaining. This is kind of just like a stand-in background because I don't want to like show off the real thing yet. But in the coral reef, I need a lot of fish. I want dense wildlife. I want it to feel like a very biologically active zone. I also like wasn't trying to like that like Twitter post yesterday. I was just in a bad mood, and I had to do an update anyway. But I wasn't trying to like signal the wheels were coming off the cart or anything. I like drawing some of the fish like just like kind of with like oblivious expressions. This guy's obviously alert to what's happening, but sometimes the blankness of fish is kind of endearing too. I'm giving this guy very weird fins. He's the least sensible fish. Body plan does not make sense. Yeah, I appreciate that. I haven't been sharing a lot of the progress I've been making, or it's like I'm keeping most of what I'm making like um, not sharing on social media, just because like for one, I feel like a big part of the appeal of reading Sal Scrimshaw is the sights are surprising, and I don't want to like spoil everything in advance. But also, there's a lot of stuff, and if like I can't show anyone like my past year's worth of work until it's done, that's like a good motivator for me to like not to like actually get the finished work out there and not sort of substitute sharing things piecemeal as, you know, feeling like I've released something. Um, I don't know, but it's I think one of the biggest things that I've accomplished in the past year is I really started focusing on painting, uh, just being able to like paint with more realism, or not even like with realistically, but just being able to render whatever I want in paint. Um, I'm better at painting now. Like, so one day I'll be able to share what I, you know, sort of how that's going. Cook that pizza. in terms of the timeline of when I started working on South Scrimshaw after I released the update, I think it was like June. It like went live on Steam. I didn't get a chance to work on South Scrimshaw again until like mid-August because I was like tied up in 2 separate commissions, and that was one of the most excruciating, frustrating experiences where it's like people are reading South Scrimshaw for the first time and like I can't work on it because I have literally no time, you know. It's like then I wasted like all of December and January building that stupid life-size whale. I like both these guys. I'm a huge advocate for reading media blind, like knowing nothing going in. So I'm forcing everyone to the extent that I can to view my work that way. I think that might also change. Like, I kind of just want to get the first update out like this, and then maybe I'll like loosen up and start sharing more. I am just very nervous about the reception too, because I've only ever made one thing that people liked, and I'm trying to make a follow-up thing with expectations, so... trying to, you know, kind of as a motivator to control the reception somewhat. Now, are these guys too scratchy? Oh, pardon me. Dude, I'm tired. Jeez. Nah, these are fine, actually. The main figure in the background, I'll draw with, like, a heavier line, and then these foreground guys won't be competing. Yeah, it did end on a cliffhanger. I apologize for the suspense, but it has a... The initial draft was just like a 60-minute short film. so the narrative beats I really have like solidly plotted. So, you know, any delay is, you know, pretty much just my needing to get the art done. I feel like I'm overdoing it with tangent information right now. With like the little like side details. There is like so some of that is being rewritten. I know the spider game you're talking about. It's a weird game. I appreciate it, Nick. Yeah, I mean, it's like just the people having faith in it is such a huge change from like last year. Um, which I've talked about before, so I should it's just very dark to be working on something for forever. And like it's just like you're just talking to yourself online. Yeah, you know, with the rewrites, it's not so much like I'm worried about like expectation, but I think one of the reasons why people like the first part is that I tried to keep almost all the exposition like grounded in like narrative or like something that's like happening to like one of like the character animals. Um, like there, I'm just. It's easy to write exposition dumps and feel like it's good, but I feel like when reading stuff like that, there's like a real short timer where like you have to return to story and character, or like all the exposition has to be like in service of the theme that's happening to the characters. So, and I think I've like sharpened what's going to be included. I'm a very slow writer. Slower than my painting is my writing. And I write South Scrimshaw pretty quickly compared to like other projects. But anyway, the structure of Scrimshaw is also that if there's something that I feel like could be good to include, or is like a cool world detail, but I'm having trouble making it fit, I can always like slot it in later. the Resident Evil director's cut, and you got reminded of the clowns farting in the basement music. I'm gonna play that right now. I know exactly what you're talking about. Was the Resident Evil composer the guy who pretended to be deaf? And then he got outed as not being deaf? Was that the same guy? Resident Evil clown. Gets me every time. Pretty excellent. Fire. I think something happened where like they changed the sound font library last second, so conceivably at one point it wasn't clowns farting in the basement. But then again, you look at like the FMVs in that game and like the voice acting, and I think the sound library thing could just be like made up afterwards to justify it, because Resident Evil was also so scary as a kid. Like, how? Someone redid this with the same instrument, yeah, in different instrumentation, and it sounded like a real song. Hey, Eduardo. Hello to Brazil. Hello from Pittsburgh. You can hear your drums burning. Yeah, that first zombie encounter with like the blood dripping down, like, oh my, playing that at a sleepover, like, ah! It's the one friend's mom that let him buy like violent video games they didn't check, and then we're like traumatized. I feel like Resident Evil 2 is the reason that series became a gigantic franchise. Not that like 1 was like a bad game for the time. Oh, dude, Silent Hill was brutal too. Like Silent Hill 1 had just like a maybe it was just because I was younger when I played it. They were all pretty edgy. Three did like the rust and gore probably like the best in terms of like realizing that very vividly. Like that one part where like Heather looks in the mirror and like goes like, Silent Hill was an easy one to rent from the video store because compared to Resident Evil, like the cover and the title were very benign. It didn't seem like the most gruesomely violent video game, whereas like Resident Evil, it's like a bloody zombie, and it's called like Evil Video Game. It's exactly what my parents imagined I shouldn't be playing. Another violent game I could get away with renting was Turok Dinosaur Hunter, because they're like, oh, dinosaurs. While you're like shooting them, they're like flopping around on the ground, like regurgitating their lungs. Like, core memory unlocked. Yeah, dude, the sound design, all the Silent Hill games, but also like a bunch of video games of that era. I guess Thief would have been an earlier. At a certain point, major publishers realized the only technology that was profitable to invest in was graphics. This is probably like a really bog standard take for me to be going on about, but like in the time of like PlayStation 2 era, like some video games had like the most extraordinary sound design. Even like we're listening to the Riven soundtrack. If you play the original Riven with headphones, just like the quality of like the soundscape is so richly detailed. I don't know, like I miss that, you know. But Silent Hill games had fantastic sound. Yeah, there are like I don't know. There are some studios like, you know, Naughty Dog does everything amazing. So it's like, why wouldn't they do sound amazing too? You know, they care. But yeah, I don't know. It is nice to see some of that start to come back. Subnautica. What's oh man, the Elite Dangerous has incredible sound. Like, best part of the game. Like, no joke. Like going into like hyperspace, or like when your ship blows up, or like when you go into like different space stations. Um it's like wildly good. I haven't played Iron Lung, but yeah, that's like sort of that like lo-fi type approach. Definitely, you get the most bang for your buck with sound. I'm looking at photos of pufferfish, trying to find a good one. I guess he's kind of like at an angle. Also, I have the soundtrack of Riven playing. I haven't played the remake yet, but I've heard they did a fantastic job with the sound on it. Everything I've seen of that remake looks incredibly impressive. Hey Faye, how's it going? Yeah, Rainworld had good music too. Um, this is like the I like these giant rings of color I put around his eye. Those need to stay. I want to keep him with a happy expression though. Let's see. Sorry, I'm like zoning out for a second. For the people joining, I'm doing fish for the background, but I'm trying to like hold it. I'm trying to design the composition finally. Like it will help to have those spare parts I was drawing before, but this one this is all going to be coral reef, but they're sort of like fleeing from our central subject that will be here. Also, speed in drawing quickly is one of the goals today. I'm not spending all day drawing one effing crab. Actually, now that we're talking about sound, and that's like one I don't, because I have to do the sound for this too, and that's kind of a step I do sort of, I guess, as programming, but I really need to start thinking about some stuff related to sound. I've started purchasing music tracks because I'm going to do stock music again the same way I did before. But I mean, that's like, I started doing that just so I could like spread out the expense of it. And also sometimes if I know like the cut of music, it's like helpful for designing the scene itself. Your brain and speech isn't triple speed today. Too much caffeine. That's although I don't think caffeine affects my personal speech patterns. I just get like chest pain. Oh yeah, well that might do it. Do you get a break within that 9 hours, or is it like non-stop attempting to learn? My brain's ability to remember stuff caps off around like 6 hours. Like I can work for longer than that, but I can't like meaningfully have someone teach to me. Like when I listen to audiobooks on a subject that I'm trying to get into, like electricity or like physics or something, it's like I know when to wrap it up. Like, your caffeine, well, I believe you then. See, I would never do the pills. I would just drink endless amounts of coffee without considering the volume of like caffeine I was intaking. Sublingual. Is that the... I don't even know what that is. Tongue? Caffeine is just also like taking a loan out on future energy you're gonna have. Cause I'd always like feel like shit when I was like working insane hours and using it as a crutch. It cannot magically give me more energy. It's just tricking me for a short time so that I can like feel like I'm being destroyed later. And irregular. You put it beneath your tongue. Yeah, see that mainlining caffeine that way is just asking for you just ended up with a dependency where it doesn't even wake you up anymore. Like I had a friend and it was like she drank coffee to stop the migraines. Like it like did nothing for her other than like some kind of like dystopian thing you have to purchase to like keep yourself alive. It displaces the sleeping molecules in your brain. Adenosine. Yeah, see that's intuitive. That makes total sense to me. 2 cups of powdered coffee, think it'll help you stay awake during the day. Yeah. You ever be like studying or working and you drink a bunch of caffeine to keep you up and all it does is prevent you from sleeping? It doesn't like help you focus at all. Terrible drug. Actually, if G Fuel wants to give me a sponsorship, I'll show their product to children. But I've always wondered where it's like, I've seen YouTubers like pushing like grape flavored caffeine crystals and shit. It's like, man, it just like does not seem like a good idea. But yeah, use code Scrimshaw. Get 20% off your next Gamer Fuel purchase. We've got new Gamer Fuel flavor, canned tuna, and lobster bisque. I've tried them, they're great. I'm so happy to have them as a sponsor. They're a great company. So just click the link in my profile. And remember to smash the bell. Sir Shandarius, I wish. Pay the bills. I'd like to thank this week's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. I love when someone's like shilling something that like they obviously like don't care about, but they like work really hard to integrate it into like their content. It'll be like some like documentary about like the engineering of bullet trains. It'll be like, bullet trains help you get places quickly. Another thing in life that brings great convenience is NordVPN. You know, like they're trying. It's probably in the contract. NordVPN sponsorship. Hey Sticky, how's it going? Are you tired of not having favorite access to your favorite Netflix shows on an alien planet? Yeah, see? You have the knack for marketing, Nick. One of those sponsorships where it's just like a big thermos of water. It's like, I don't know. It's a real heavy thermos. You're looking for a $48 thermos, I got you the hookup. Beat bait sponsorship. See, South Scrimshaw is only supported by viewers like you. We're going with the public media. It's not a lie. This guy's tail. I have to figure something out. Like, I don't want to be that distracting. He started turning out very goldfish-like, so I don't want to, like, maybe that's... I'm suddenly dissatisfied with one of my fish. Make it more like angelfish-like. Yeah, I should get a... PBS should sponsor me. It's not something they do, but there'd be a brand synergy. It's probably too close to the project to like talk in a lot of detail about it. Although I probably mentioned it before. I have worked on like a pilot that was pitched to PBS. I was commissioned to do like art and stuff, but it is not easy for those programs to find corporate sponsors. There's just like the show's also not coming out, and it wasn't like I wasn't writing it or anything crazy like that, but yeah, all these companies, it's like if they're looking for what to spend money on in terms of advertising, it's PBS sponsorships are expensive, and the money people in these corporations see like it is not the best way to spend their money anymore. So you can just do like viral internet stuff. Hey Merrick, I appreciate you stopping by. Yeah. This fish sucks. F you. I was on such a roll. Look at all these guys I got done. We're gonna come back to him. He's pissing me off. Do I have a special artist signature? That's usually it, which is funny because when I sign anything official documents, I literally just scribble. Like, be like worse than like a doctor's scribble. Like, doesn't matter. Make it bone finned. I'll do that. Right after I finish this guy, we'll go back to him. Actually, I don't like signing work. I'm very self-conscious about it. And I rarely like sell any of my paintings or drawings by themselves. Like almost everything I've done that people have seen as part of some kind of like larger multimedia project where it's like inappropriate to like stick your name on. His eyeball needs to move forward. It's also something I say I try to avoid is moving pieces around too much. Existing makes me self-conscious too. People noticing your existence. That's what does it. I can live in solitude just fine. Undisturbed. Thriving. I will say I'm not a huge fan of like the I don't know. I associate it with like comic book artists where like they have like a really almost like their signature is almost like a logo they design. I guess there are a lot of illustrators that do that too. That's kind of not my thing. On the subject of caffeine intake, I drink a lot of decaf tea. Like right now, like my urge is to have a cup of coffee, but I'm out of decaf tea. But normally, if I drink decaf tea, it like fulfills like the ritual center in my brain. It, like quiets the demand I'm having that I'm like listening to. Feeling a marked drop in fish quality. This is now an assassin fish. See, that's what we just need. We just need to give him character. The music changed. He's been outed, but you can't stop him. I'm playing a lot of Sekiro. Just for context. Yeah, I mean, having quit smoking, it does help. How do I draw this guy angry? Man. Sorry. Hang on, give me a second. Second wind coming up. But it is funny that like it's such like a weird cognitive quirk that is like what would keep someone in that like repetitive pattern, or that's like that almost like trivial thing is what can overpower like the rational desire to like quit, you know. The lizard brain, it's so much stronger. You know? It's like... I was just messing with you. From nipple to pacifier to straw to cigarettes. Yeah. There's like some product engineer trying to figure out how to make it the products more nipple and straw-like to keep you addicted. Like the force of human psychology gets leveraged against you. Wasn't that in I mean, Idiocracy, wasn't that like one of the things, like they all drank from those like soda from like the camelbacks with like the nipple on the end? Or like the pacifier? Scrolling through the internet for hours for the 1% chance you find something Howie. Yeah, it's like slot machine logic. Random rewards are more exciting and addictive than planned rewards. Dude, what was it was actually Pingus I was talking about this with, that one gotcha game with like the horses is getting a global release, and it's like those games make like $700 million a month. Like, and it's like they're not even good. I mean, like Genshin has like a real game attached to it, and like how good it is, I guess, is like debatable. But like, but it's just that like random reward has just been like even isolated from all the other stuff you think you would need. It's still like, you know, powerfully compelling. I think the only like really like game with pools that I ever tried to play was there was a Nier game, and I like Nier, but the game was pretty bad. I'm someone who likes owning JPEGs of like my favorite characters too, so it's like I can relate to that, you know. It's cheaper than going to the movies. I mean, I like if the choice is playing gotcha or going to a movie theater, like in almost all cases, I will play the phone game because I don't really go to movie theaters much. I don't know. I'm also not trying to like hate on the fact that people do play them, but I'm just more like marveling at the power of the gotcha pool. And how much more money they make than me. Like, the fish drawing is it's like me doing work, and I appreciate people helping distract me from the task. Wait, this is the same fish that was giving me problems. Let's redo this. I have actually spent a lot of money on video games that were not gotcha, which could be more indefensible. Like when I look, I bought probably every piece of DLC for Europa Universalis 4, which is like probably an even shittier business model than gotcha at the end of the day. Like those are purchases I do regret. Psychic damage and derailing. I like Crusader Kings 2 is my favorite. I feel like I invested in EU4 before like knowing if I'd like the game as much, and I kind of didn't. Actually, sandbox map games. I might have even brought this up on stream before, but I'm bringing it up again. This is like one of like my top 3 most anticipated games. So I like history, I like reading history. One of my favorite topics to read about is Cold War. Someone is doing a grand strategy game where you can play as any intelligence service from the era. Let me pause the music real quick. This looks really good. I'd suggest reading this guy's devlogs.
The only way to avoid this catastrophe is to have a new attitude. We must start now.
It's by Hooded Horse, and they've been like on a roll publishing some really good games.
Today it is common knowledge. Espionage agents are operating everywhere.
This is kind of just like B-roll to get you hyped. But the devlogs, this guy is pretty like he's very articulate, and it sounds like he's taking a really intelligent approach to his game mechanics. It sounds like a really cool game. So I'm waiting on that one. It would be interesting to see Norwegian or Finnish agencies. Yeah, the other thing they're doing, it's they're like splitting the like 2 separate game modes, where one will be the intelligence agencies with sort of like the names that people most associate with the countries. You know, like it would always be like the CIA in America, even though it was like the operation of special services during like World War II. So there would be like sort of like the simplified history, and then one that is like the literal year for year, very historically exact names for every department, you know, with like bureaucratic organization. I mean, it seems pretty cool. I'm looking forward. You want to read more history books? You know what I've been enjoying? You know those great courses, like lectures where it's this like audiobook company where they just record like a university professors from like Yale, like talking about like intro to like the Mayan Empire 101, or like Constantine or something. I don't know. It's a very accessible way. Because there are books that I like, but if you don't know what specifically when to read about, you can get bogged down pretty quickly. Orwell is an amazing author. I agree. Yeah, it's I think the only reason like I know about a lot of history or science in general is because I had to go. Like my undergrad was at an art school, so I was like laser focused on only one thing. Um, I don't know. I feel like it's been a while since I read a good, like, nonfiction history book. I was just, speaking of the Cold War, I'm currently reading another John le Carre book. Which, he writes about the Cold War and spy stuff. No one does it better. It's like, I almost never read like more than one book by any author, and I think this is like my 12th or 11th book I've read by this one guy. I'm super distracted. I apologize. Let's get back to drawing fish. Eighth grade and you saw Wilhelm II, beautiful mustache. That is a pretty wonderful way to get inspired. This is not a highbrow answer, but it was probably movies that made me interested in historical periods, which are like the most historically inaccurate ways to learn about anything, but it's like Russell Crowe and Gladiator, and you're like, whoa, that's so cool. And then it's like, you always have a soft spot for those like super goofy presentations, even when you know like they're like bogus later on. Oh, I was gonna do you're right, a bone-finned fish. All Quiet on the Western Front is a great film. It's like, I feel like only recently we've finally seen a lot of World War II getting presented. This music is way too fucking dramatic. Here's SimCity 4 is next in the lineup. I'm jealous of your meals, Richandrius. Sounds really good. Playing Trauma Center in middle school had a lot to do with my future career choices. You know what that That's not even anything to be ashamed of. Like, those games are pretty fucking cool. It is actually, like, I don't know. Hard to, like, quantify the impact certain things make when you're a kid, but, yeah, I don't know. It's like, things appear in your formative years, and it's like, makes a profound difference. Yeah, I mean, World War II has, I don't know. I mean, it's also like the centrality of like America's role. I think has a lot to do with like why Americans want to keep hearing about it, or like why it occupies so much of like the imagination space. My favorite, maybe not my, find the, this is top 3 favorite books, if not favorite history books, about World War I, the outbreak of it. I cannot recommend this enough. Like, if you're interested in that time period, Nick, it's like incredibly good. Sci-fi feels like what science should be instead of what it is. Yeah, you know, that's especially, I feel like, especially in the very like idealized presentation of like the scientist's life, you know, it's like there will be like a brilliant scientist who's like invented like a new medicine or something, whereas like as if we're in like the 1800s where like some gentleman like boiling chemicals in his basement alone accomplishes anything. You know, it's like these massive industries that like, I don't know. I get what you mean by that. Yeah, bureaucracy, money, and power, hierarchies, and I don't know. There's an author, Nick Lane. I brought him up before, but he's really good in like writing about just like histories of discoveries, where his books aren't about, the point isn't like what the end fact, but like a long process of people like debating and revising, and the creativity required to like make actual discoveries, and like sort of like the process in its most like not idealized, but like when it's produced the best results. But his books always like have like, you know, really interesting sections where like people disagreed vehemently, you know, and certain people are not correct from like our perspective today, but the point isn't that like someone was like wrong to disagree. They like forced more debate. I don't know. I'm rambling. But sci-fi is very much like very smart person invented thing. Or you have like an industry like geology, and the only reason there is fun in games is because big oil foots the bill to look at rocks, you know, and then people have to like justify their rock looking to the money gods. Oh yeah, no, I can show you the I was trying to work fast today. It's kind of dubious if I did. What time is it now? Yeah, I mean, I've only been working for 3 hours, so decent. Yeah, making satellite, yeah. Or like people who like go to learn, you know, study robotics at CMU, you know, they're all building like drones. Like if I had the chance to meet someone like building drones and that technology, I'd be pretty like whoa, like robots, you know. Not, but I don't know. What you decide to get paid to do is like one only like meaningful choices you have like control over. It's like not aesthetic or like superficial, but like what you actually swear your fealty to, you know? Fanciful science nerd child corporate wage pipeline. Oh, we got a few more fish to go here. These guys had more expression. I'm kind of... Oh, they're fine. I'm just complaining. Acer Chandarius. This guy's eyeball. We're gonna move this out of the way. An overwhelming amount of science requires advanced math my dumbass would never be able to understand. Very similar boat with me. Although I never had like a decent math teacher, so like I don't think I ever like connected that math was like a part of like science in any like meaningful way. It was this like weird class of like rote task accomplish and you know and there are some like really cool YouTube channels I watch now that like explain mathematical concepts in ways that like it's like, oh, that's this is an expression of reality that's like profoundly deep. But I was never good at math, so probably still would have been filtered. One thing that I do like about reading just straight up really dry nonfiction over science fiction, though, is that, how to put this? You know, if you have, like, let's say, like, fiction that loves discussing ideas, like near soundtrack, like robotics or like AI or whatever, you know, the creative brain, or like media is just gonna really quickly default to rule of cool, and you quickly like decouple from the actual like mechanics underlying these things that, you know, they wanted to discuss in like a more cinematic way. Be an example of what I'm trying to say. I don't know, like at a certain point it's more fun to just investigate how things function instead of the implications of what that would mean, I guess. Like it's fun like watching movies about AI, but it's also cool to just learn about how computer circuits actually work. I don't know. The only point of math and physics is to pretend like I know something other than biology once in a blue moon. I'm trying not to even turn that stone over in my writing. I'm not qualified. Okay, I'm really feeling this fish here, so mood improving. I was getting frustrated with myself. Okay, here's an example. Like the depictions of space travel in media, it's mostly about like how fun it would be to like have space jets or a frontier to travel to, or like the drama of like leaving a home planet. Like, what was the Christopher Nolan movie? But it's almost like the limitations and difficulty of real space travel are like a totally different can of worms that's in itself like interesting, and it's almost like an entirely separate thing to think and read about compared to like fictional space travel that has literally already solved everything so well that it doesn't even need to mention it, you know? I guess that's what I was trying to say earlier, is like the nonfiction feeds an entirely different reward center in my brain, or entertainment center. Yeah, after it solves the science, it's a coming of age story, and you know, But I mean, and it's like that's fine too if that's, you know, the story they want to tell. But like, I don't know. I mean, this might not be a surprising opinion from someone who's like, idea of writing science fiction is to just regurgitate like a PBS documentary. Actually, also, I'm also gonna add that in a lot of cases, I actually prefer, like, if it doesn't fit, for science fiction to just... If the author's not about that, then it's better for it to be, like, fantasy or whimsical. Like, and sometimes that's what the better story is. It's very weeb, but one of my favorite sci-fis is, science fiction stories is, Steins Gate. Which it has its, like... it defines time travel enough for its story, and it's very outlandish, and it doesn't try to, like, appear plausible, you know? It aims for consistency over realism, and it's very successful, and like it doesn't trouble itself beyond, because it's a story, you know. The same guy that did Steins Gate did the Chaos Head and Chaos Child, which are also like very good if you like weeb stuff, which I do. But there are parts in those where it's like really gets into like overly attempting to explain or rationalize stuff that will just never pass for anything realistic. It's like you've crossed the border into magic. Like, stop spending so much time science-fying it. Like, the veneer is never gonna be convincing. Like, you wanted to write magic into your story, so like you can't squeeze that into like the science pigeonhole, you know. Big noggin fish. He's got a big noggin friend right off screen. I like everything about this fish but tail. We must go back. I can't leave it that way. Oh my guide needs to turn off for a second. You'll know this scene took 15 minutes long. Yep. That's you've seen behind the curtain, you know. I will say for part 2, knock on wood, but I have done far less. Actually, I don't know if I've... There were some moments in part 1 where, like, fully finished illustrations got just cut completely because they were not good. I haven't really had any tragedies like that. It's like the foundation of the art style has just been set well enough. I did like enough pre-planning, I think. I don't know. Like erasing a fishtail, that's nothing. Like taking this whole thing and throwing it out would be like... Have fun in Elden Ring, Sir Chandris. I've been doing Sekiro and Armored Core on my current FromSoft titles in play. Actually, I think the art I made on stream, I don't think any of it's suffered for it. And I think the mural, the supporter mural, has actually come out better. I want to keep this tail line light because he's overlapping with this dude. And the line width is how I'm going to... Weight is how I'm going to distinguish them. Okay, there we go. See? Much better. He feels good now. Pardon me. He's probably got those big chompers for crushing sea urchins and crab. Alright. I can do this. This is what, 3 fish? And then I'll have a bunch of real small ones in the background. But those will just be like little specks. I'll hardly draw any detail in. Every shot will not be this complicated, but I need complicated shots. I have forgotten to save for a while. That is no good. This is a still near playlist. One random and dense songs pop up. Yeah, that's it's one of like the most obvious ways to tell that I am drawing the soundtracks. I've never seen JoJo, actually. Or I watched like 4 episodes of season 1 and didn't get much further. Sorry. Let's follow my guide. No reason not to. Dune 2016, good music. It is a shame that he had a falling out with Bethesda. So I think like he's one of the reasons why I like the reboot. Like, no joke, I think that like music is so important in games that like he's one of the reasons that was a successful reboot. See you later, Beckus. Yeah, good night. I appreciate you stopping by, man. I like this guy's very rounded fins. That's another, like, I just aspire to make all the little dudes of some character to them. I don't want to feel like I'm just, like, copy pasting my brain's idea of a fish, you know? Alright, I'm gonna draw 2, possibly 3 more fish, and that will be the stream. Can't do lyrics and work. Titanhole fish. I still need to play Subnautica. That is like the #1 recommendation I get. Actually, and I own Subnautica too, I just oh, that is very sunfish. It's like a pool float. Maybe this is something I'll do gonna fish. I'll think about it. We got one more. I'm almost there. Yeah. 3 years is nothing these days. That's it's like when there are like films like oh, I've been meaning to watch that. Like I've been meaning to watch Chernobyl like since it got released. And that's like that was probably years ago at this point. I should watch that today, actually. Alright, I need one more fish. Chat, help me out. It's gotta be like a smaller fish. So it can't be anything like too crazy. We're going for like tropical fish. This is the theme we're on. Your hair is gray before you're 20. Hey man, that's around the when I started getting gray hairs. Lionfish too hard to draw, man. I'm suffering. Peeper. Oh, the Subnautica fish. I feel like I'm locking myself into playing Subnautica if I'm gonna give it a nod. I would say a fish, but your fish names are basically zero. I love dwarf frogs. We actually have a from Part 1. There are saltwater toads, so I could bring them back. It's very similar. Oh, really? You had a bad experience? They were so... Pingashu is a dwarf frog. No one is on my screen. Cookie cutter shark. Might work. Ooh. I knew what their jaws look like, but they look, they're creepy from a side profile. Ooh. It's creepier than their jaws. I don't know why. Bala shark. Oh, hey. Yeah. Alright. That is like the perfect level of easy. I'm gonna write down all my other suggestions, and you will all get your animals eventually. Maybe for the supporter mural. Or honestly, this was a pretty productive. How long have I been drawing? Like 4 hours. I can do math. Probably again this week. I might stream the exact same type of thing. I don't know. Maybe he's got a little too close to that barracuda to feel like. I go to the pet store all the time for that exact reason. The videos aren't on my computer, but they have this koi pond outside our favorite shady pet shop that is like so stuffed with gigantic koi, and they have this like food dispenser for like $0.25, and you like throw the pellets in, and it's just this like insane thrashing of like gaping koi mouths to like get at the food. And they're like pushing each other over and like flopping out of the water. It's pretty wild. Good time. I mean, I'm a customer in the sense that they get like $1 in quarters from me. Hey, the weirdest streams are the best for the middle of the night. My personal opinion. I feel like this guy needs whiskers. Speculative fiction. Oh my god, guys, I've invented a fish. Classify each thing. Fishing. That sounds like an intense undertaking, but I'd be fascinated to see it. That actually would be really cool. Like, I feel like it'd be wrong for me to ask someone to spend that much of their time making something about my work, but new fish just dropped. There's this thing where like I know I don't have like the day job tomorrow. And it's like, oh man, my 3 or 4 days off work. What do I spend them on? I gotta be super productive. Then it's like the list of to do, it's like, brr, you know, it's like, oh, like, gotta decide quick. Must be productive. But, I don't know. This was both relaxed and productive. So the one thing with Barracuda, this guy I think has to be like here. Because he can't be in front of the foreground. Oh, wait, there's this guy. What was we gonna make him into? Nitroplas. Plants that produce ammonia. I'm gonna look into that actually. That sounds super cool. Sorry. We're gonna do a silver dollar fish. There, easy, simple. Don't need to overcomplicate. Oh shit. Sorry. I'll just get rid of that overlay and that text. Right for the very end of stream. The overlay doesn't do shit. You're all regulars, you all know what it says. So that is... Man, I need to start... Like, this one PSD file is containing, like, plans for, like, 5 separate illustrations. It's kind of not a viable thing. I need to... My file management is as messy as my room. It's an extension of how just organize stuff in general. How do I change habits that I know are bad? Is it more work to change the habit than it is to just tolerate the way I do things? I think my favorite today was either this fella or this fella. It's a toss-up. One of those two, I think. Well, had I started earlier in the day, I'd have more gas in the tank to start a different project. But I think I gotta go make myself dinner. We need a fish of the day. We'll go with the elephant fish. Here. We'll play some elephant fish content for fish of the day. Elephant fish. Let's learn some elephant fish facts. One second. Let's give me 10 minutes while my web browser gets warmed up. Yeah, first ever. This is a good idea. It might help this load faster if I close the document. So, man, I downloaded Opera GX just to have like a second browser, just for like playing stuff on stream. And my God, is this not the slowest web browser I've ever had in my life? Alright, get out of here, Opera. You're trash. Garbage. No, doesn't want to close. It's taking my whole computer with it. Force quit. Stop. I downloaded Opera GX because it was like advertised as some like streamlined browser. It must be 90% bloat. Like Edge. I'll check that out. Usually I use Brave browser because it had a good ad blocker. They used to do this thing where it would like give you crypto for looking at Brave ads. And I got $5 slowly accumulated to me, and I bought a video game with it. Now, on the topic of you may have heard of this artist, but he's drawn elephant fish before. Nobody really watched these shorts, so I stopped making them. But it was a fun experiment. I like editing. And it was like just... I did like over 2 days. I basically cut all the shorts that are on my channel. So it wasn't like a huge time investment. Finding all the songs I wanted to use like took longer. If you do the looping time-lapse drawing, I feel like you need to have your hand, like people only want to look at that if you have a if like you're actually on screen painting.
Hi everyone, my name is Dalton Richardson.
Wait, I don't want an aquarium. I want to know facts. Elephant fish facts. Don't give me this bullshit. I want to know.
The sandy plains of Australia are home to a gallery of odd creatures with odd features.
This is React content.
Like the elephant fish.
Copyright strike me.
It's related to sharks and rays, but gets its name from a protruding proboscis. That snout is covered with sensory receptors to pick up movement and electrical currents as it hunts. These strange appendages, called claspers, are used during mating to help the male keep a tight grip. The elephant fish doesn't swim like most other fish. It flaps its fins, flying like a bird over a dense carpet of seaweed.
That is actually very bizarre. What? All the cool stuff about the elephant fish is how, like, the...
This is your pilot. On your left, Dave McCormick's...
amount of, like, nerve endings in their nose. Like, they can feel electrical currents in the water, and they have, like, this weird way of, like, sensing to each other.
Any idea who keeps doing that?
Nope.
Look at this shit. What is it doing?
Based on the advice from multiple viewers, I've even got messages of people wanting me to get this fish. I finally picked up a fish I've never got before. Well,
sir, I don't think you're impressing me with your credentials straight out the gate. Here's a natural history museum. The He'll give us the lowdown. I guess it's not narrated.
Weakly electric fish, such as the elephant-nosed fish or the knifefish, aren't able to produce the same huge amount of electricity as the electric eel or the electric ray. They just don't have a big enough battery. But what they are able to do is create a weak electrical field around them and then use electroreceptors in their skin to pick up the distortions created by nearby objects. So these fish are essentially seeing and using electricity, which is a really useful trick in the murky waters that they're normally found in. Even more amazing is that these receptors can be used to detect the discharges of other electric fish, and in some cases information can be passed between individuals, such as what sex they are, what species they are, and even if they're ready to mate.
That's the facts I was looking for. Elephant fish.
Hey everyone, Patrick from the Monterey Bay Aquarium here. Our colleagues at Mbari are always finding amazing wildlife in the deep sea. And everything they show us at the aquarium is the coolest thing that we've ever seen, but we've always wondered, what are their favorites? So here they are. These are Mbari's top 10 deep sea animals.
You have to learn that shit on your own. That all right, I am taking off, but it was fun hanging out. I appreciate the help, just keeping me from losing my mind while drawing stuff, the same thing over and over and over again. And I hope I'm able to stream this weekend, but I might stream again sometime this week. I don't know. I might mix it up and try to do something else, just so you don't have to watch me do the exact same shit as today. But we'll see. I guess what I'm trying to say is I have no schedule and I do not know. So, yeah. Thanks, everyone.